Okay, hello, hi everyone. Oh, I haven't posted the Discord link. Give me a second. Take care of that real quick. So, how's everyone doing? Hello, hi Marie. Drizzy. How's it going? How you doing? Let's pin this and put this one and also pin it. All right, so I think that's done. Okay. So yeah, hello, hi, how are you all doing? So yeah, today we started a little bit later. I needed to take care of a couple of things. Between them, I took out everything from the other, from the printer, everything we printed yesterday, and took a look at everything and how it turned out and all that stuff. And I was trying to make sure everything printed properly. There were a couple of misprints. In fact, there's a second print that should be done already. I'll check it in a minute. And also, what else did I do? I posted a couple of stuff, and yeah, I checked, cleaned up all of the other pieces that we already printed. Which, where did I leave? They're over here. Okay, so yeah, pretty much today we can check out all of the previous prints, see how they're doing, see if they need anything, and yeah, work on top of that. So, give me a second and we'll be right into the workshop. Might need a couple gloves, I think that's fine. All right, so yeah, hello, how is everyone doing? Let me open my chat window over here and it says nothing. Can someone send a message? I just need to make sure the chat is working. Sometimes it just gets stuck. La 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 la. Making sure. I mean, I know my on-screen chat is working, but my window. Okay, there it goes. Awesome. Cool. Now let me set this stuff. This hasn't turned on. Okay. So last time we were here, we were working on Vidal, Don Vidal, the legally distinct turtle. So let me see if scuff. No, stop it. So it should be working now. There we go. All right, so I think we're set. Oh, 3, 2, 1. Dubby, hey, how's it going? Hey, Dubby, we didn't play your game yesterday because I didn't see you. But today we're on the other computer, so I'm not gonna. I mean, what's an a browser game, so we could actually play it. Yeah, let's play it then. Is it very late for you? We could start with that if you're. You did see the VOD? Oh yeah, I was waiting for you. I thought you were around. But we could play it right now. We'll wait to start the day. I know you're also on a different time zone, but yeah, we can play it here now that I know, because it's a browser game. If it was a download, maybe I wouldn't be able to. Let's see. No. So yes, there is. Marvel. Yeah, let's play it. So just let me set up the screen then. No. I think the audio's a bit cooked. The audio of your game or mine? Mine to a lowered volume. Oh, okay. So let me check that out then. Let's make this real quick. Jilliver, hey, how you doing, Jilliver? Let's see. Wait, I'm setting stuff up here. Okay. Okay. Now let's set the window here. Okay. Wait, I'm setting stuff up here. Where is it? No. Okay, I'm still setting up the scene. I guess it's only the gray window what we need to pay attention to. I'll try and keep it like this. All right, so let's see. All right, let's play Dobby's game. Let's see how it goes. Physics-based. Oh no, it's another window. Huh, then let me rearrange that. I thought, oh, based on the Monkey Ball franchise. Interesting. But yeah, I'm gonna have to rearrange this then. I think it is this one. Oh. Okay. There we go. Now I need to readjust because I didn't expect the screen to change. I don't hear any audio. Does it start to play once we hit something? Tap to jump. All right. Nah. Okay. I think that works. I think music is off by default, actually. Okay, so we can take care of that too. Now is there jump? But play to jump. Am I looking at the whole thing here? Okay, interesting. So it's okay. It's sort of gravity related. Oh. That was my mouse. So let me try it with my mouse now. I think it's gonna be easier to handle. Whoa. Okay. Interesting. Okay. It does feel a lot like Super Monkey Ball, but with a very different approach. I like it. No. No. I'm trying to do it. No, this is the wrong way. I'm just trying. into click in order for, yeah. Oh, but I can also jump through. But the music is fine. I feel like the volume is okay. Now, what if I do this? No. Okay. Oh god. No. Let's try the right way. No. Get how it works. This and this. Okay. A bit of a maze here. Okay, okay. Okay, and the spikes break you. Ah, no. Shrunk the window instead of... Wait, did I screw up with OBS? Feels like I probably did. That's fine. I like the music. It's pretty addictive. No. Ah. No. So I need to turn around right there. Great. No, 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 no. Ah. Oh no, ah, I changed the windows. Oh, God damn it. No, no, no. No. Okay. The speed builds up very fast, so you need to be very careful. Oh, but we're going the other way. It's going this way. Okay. other way. Goes down here. No! It'll go so fast. No. No! It's so close. How many levels does this have? Ah. No, 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 no. Chill, chill, chill. Ah. No! Ah. Ah. No, no, no. Ah. Oh, that would have been a very sweet. I had done it right. No. No, 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 no. Oh, yes. Uh-huh. Okay, this I can do now. Ah. Come on, I was so fast before. Okay. No. Okay. Fine. Do it the boring way. Ah. Yeah. Ah. Okay. Oh. Surprise spikes then. Ah. How many times? Do I have to make more speed so that it doesn't? Oh, maybe that's the key. Let's do it from the other side. That way it will not... Aha! I'm not sure if this was the right solution or I just cheesed the system, but I'm... No! Screwed up anyway. Ah! Come on. Yeah. So easy to get lost in this thing. No! The other way. No. The other way around. I like the sound effect of the ball. No! Of the ball rolling. Picks up. No, no! Please. Ah. Wait. So go the other way around. Oh, come on. Right. No. There we go. Right, we made it. Oh yeah, that was fun. Okay, you got maps, time attack mode or something like that. What is this? Okay, oh, interesting. Interesting menu. Ooh, there's skins. I like this one. Wish I knew that before. Oh, and the tutorial's over here. What is the next training area? Okay, there's nothing in particular here. I don't see a goal. I have like an invisible goal. The center of stage, I believe. It's really fun. I really like the concept. I'm not sure, maybe the mouse is not the right device to play this. I'm not sure if you designed it to be played in another with something else. I like it a lot. I like the idea a lot. I feel like it's got a lot of potential, but you do need a lot of skill to handle it. I think that was fun. Cool. How do I? Oh, I need to go to the trash can. What? No. You want to delete your save data? No, I don't want to delete the save data. I just want to quit. I guess on the edge window then. How do I quit this? Roll sound, music volume. Okay. Well, all right. I think that was fun. So, let's go to the workshop. It was really cool. So, I haven't seen chat in a while because I was all locked up in the game. So, what's been going on? Roman is struggling with Silksong apparently. Oh. And my window is doing weird stuff. Yeah, Nanian, hello! Hey, the emote is finally working! Yay! I didn't know it was working. Guys, what, tomorrow I'll be able to change my username to Spooky Dressy. What, doesn't let you do that all the time? How does that work? And 0% of players have completed 0-0. Does it have a way to complete it? Because I followed the arrow and I never managed to find a flag. Yeah, that's my game. Hope you like it. It was fun. Will it be easier on mobile? There's mobile. Yeah, it sounds like mobile would make it a little bit more intuitive to handle. You're right. Concept is solid. Not my cup of tea, but interesting. I think it's fun. I think it could be. I mean, it could expand into something very interesting. I like those little like simple enough but hard to master platforming games. But yeah, it definitely feels like it needs a more intuitive way to handle itself. I'm not sure how, especially with working on the computer. I'm not sure if like using left trigger, right trigger, or two keys to pan the screen instead of the mouse. I mean, the mouse is the smoother way, but it feels like it's too aggressive. But I like the feel. There's no quit button. You can close the tab. It's practice area to learn the controls. All right, makes sense. But yeah, that was fun. Anyway, back to the chat and hello, hi gentlemen, how's it going? And Twitch never told me that the Agretsuko emote was finally available, but good to know. Now you can blast it in chat. That's awesome. I love that one. I'm planning to add more, but I haven't had the time to do it. But I will eventually. Wait, no, I don't have it. It's my own emote. How come I don't have it? There. Yeah, I mean, one of the default. That's great. That's great. I love it. One is the default emote that came with Twitch. The other is my face when I'm not wearing my Halloween costume. And the last one is the Agretsuko animation I made very, very long time ago. But yeah, that's fun. Anyway, let's get back to the workshop, I guess. Oh, we're already back in the workshop. So yeah, here's last time we were here, we were making the Vettel mold, or Don Vidal, the legally distinct turtle. And today we're gonna open that. And after that, we'll be working on everything we printed yesterday. I also printed a new batch of stuff, which we could take a look at. And yeah, I think that's what we could be doing today. Check if we managed to make all the engineering we did yesterday work IRL, or if there's any sort of what's the oversight that we had on the design process. Okay, so first, this is gonna be tricky because it's very stuck. I'm not sure if Don Vidal is very well stuck into the plate or what is going on, or is it just a silicone? Silicone should be easy enough to take out, but the turtle probably very well stuck to the platform. Yay! Ta-da! So yeah, we got our official first merch mold. Yay! It looks really cool. It looks clean. Still has those little defects that I thought we would have, but that's cool. Maybe we can cast a couple later. Maybe not today. I'm thinking on how to do that. I mean, definitely we'll get a bunch of these guys once we start casting molds, when we're working on the mouths and on the heads. But maybe once we get all the molds ready, we can just make a general master mold cast just to see how all the molds behave and if they work properly and all that stuff. But hey, this one looks great. I do like it a lot. And let's see, yeah, how the piece ends up looking. And on that note, I also finally made the other two Dragon Frame controllers. Now these ones aren't flipped, and one's a little bit slightly bigger than the other. I think they have a pretty decent size compared to the turtle mold. So yeah, maybe if we have some spare time today, we can cast some silicone onto this one so we can have those ready too. But now the main event of today is actually checking everything. If you were around yesterday, you'll see that we made a lot of pieces. Open the tab with translator to help me write, and it has phrase of the day. Today's phrase is the die is cast. Interesting. I never heard such a phrase before. The die is cast. Yeah, that's the verb you can use whenever you throw the dice, right? You cast the dice? Cast the die. I don't know. Or maybe it's what you do when you're casting. Yeah. When you're making your own resin dice. I have a little resin mold for dice here. But I don't love it because it's a little bit complicated. Like, it's not as easy to cast as these ones that you have ready and set for whenever you're working on other stuff. But yeah, I do have a mold where you can make little D&D dice. I only used it a couple of times. But yeah, so let's check everything we printed. So, not everything we printed yesterday worked out. There are a couple of pieces that either have flaws or they fully didn't print at all. And we're gonna check what happened. Now, the good thing is that what I feel like were the toughest pieces, they all seem to have printed very well. Whoa, what is that? There's something in here. Oh no, and it's bound now. Oh god, that's fine. So there was a little piece of something that got bound here. Now you over here. There's a little something. So yeah, this one seems to be okay. There was still a little support inside of the neck, but I'm trying to take it out. So these three pieces, they're not perfect. And now I think I understand why the face has such a big line. It's probably because of the printing defects up here. So if you can see it, maybe I need to zoom in a little bit. Zoom in. The supports, whenever they're not placed properly, they'll leave this little rugged, blobby texture. I didn't care a lot in this one because I was pretty sure it was just like a random test. But yeah, because of this irregularities, I think this is why the face doesn't really fit very well. You can see the line there, and it's because of all those blobs are keeping it from going there. And if I try to sand this side down, then it's still not gonna fit because it's not gonna be a perfect match. It's always gonna be either too much or too little material, and the gap will always be very visible. So maybe the only thing we need to actually make the gaps a little bit more easy to work with is to try and perfect our supports and use something a little bit more stronger for all these supports. And I think that could be more than enough to fix the issues that we have here. Now, other than that, the little railing seems to be really cool. It works very well. It seems like it fits, and wait, yeah, it looks very neat. So I do like that. And the mouth, same thing. I mean, it's not very complicated, and it's just made to stick here. Also, we have a little bit of those printing defects here near the chin, but these are very easy to sand down or patch up. I'm probably gonna be making modifications anyway, so yeah, it's fine if it has those sort of issues. I can work on top of those. And what else did we print? So these two are for Dividava's interesting design for the eyeball. It feels like it printed very awkwardly. I don't know why exactly. But yeah, it doesn't even look or feel like a half sphere. It looks like a little weird shell instead. It's not fully half a sphere. But I think it could work at least as a proof of concept. This is from the other one. This is the one we tried to make for the one that's held together with a couple of bolts. But the little handle here broke off when I took it out of the printer. So right now there's actually one of these getting printed. So we'll see how that one works. And there's also these ones, which are the spheres designed for this little system over here. And it's just a simple sphere with a little peg. And the peg is going to be able to limit both rotations, and it's going to allow this one to move freely side to side. So this is the one I'm most excited to test. There were a couple of misprints too here, but if it's not working properly, I can just sand it down until it fits inside of the skull and see how that behaves. So that's going to be the tests that we're going to be doing right now. Oh, there's another test. Okay, we can check that out later. So I want to see how well this behaves. I don't even know, because of the misprints, I don't know which sphere is which one. One should be flatter than the other and one should be smaller than the other, but there's no way of knowing right now because they both have misprints on the bottom of their round bodies. So, but one should be fitting more easily and the other one should be a little bit harder to put into the eye. I mean, they both feel fairly okay. Kind of tight, but hopefully with the texture. I believe, I don't have any proofs, but I feel like this one might be the small one. And yeah, this one might be the larger one. But there is absolutely no way for me to tell right now. So it might need a little bit of a sanding in here. There were a couple of supports inside of the eyes, and those might also be not helping the spheres rotate around freely. I want to sand the inside. Did it go well? Just got back. So I'm trying. I'm seeing there were a couple of pieces that didn't print, so I printed them this morning. They should be almost ready to go. At the same time, there were like biggest pieces that turned out all right, and I'm trying to test them and see how well they worked. Pretty sure that's metaphor about throwing the dice. That makes sense. Well, we were just trying to see the design pieces of yesterday and see how well they behave and all of that stuff. I used to have a little piece of sandpaper somewhere around here. Remember, I used it for the bodies, so it should be somewhere around here. Let's see. I have this one where it's a little bit aggressive. So I don't really want to change the shape of the eyeball, but I do want to get rid of all the little bumps that the supports might have left inside. Now, one thing that I noticed that I find very weird is that these spheres, I mean, even if they did have the little misprints in the bottom, I feel like the little pegs are extremely tiny. They're much smaller than what we designed them to be. And because of that, I feel like they rock around a little bit too much inside of the eyeball. But I'm just curious to see how well they behave. But yeah, other than that, we definitely need to sand down the bottom so that it has a smooth way to move around. What a statement that the choice is made and there's no turning back. Eh. Oh, and in the meantime, yeah, I also use the morning to upload the short clip of Evil throwing the harpoon. So it's just the same piece of extravaganza, just in a short format. I did see some of you already liked it, and thank you very much for that. Your English isn't Englishing today. I've been there plenty of times. So I'm trying to wrap my head around what caused this specific print defect, because it's a pretty unusual one. I don't really feel like I can figure out exactly what caused this, but it doesn't really matter. It's just more than I'm wondering if that could be a problem on the long run. But for now, the species die is singular for dice, as far as I know. Yes, it is. Okay, so it's rotating nicely. Okay, that's interesting. Now let's send this one down. This one's much more of a mess, but very quick enough, I believe. I'm trying to sand the very edge of the eye. Very excited because if this works, it's gonna make animation much more interesting. However, I do want the other Dividaba design. To work, because that one would mean we could make thicker eyepieces. And we could look at these guys. They're very small in this very tiny edge, and that just makes it very hard to cast in resin. There's always a little bit of resin that doesn't go all the way into the very bottom of the mold, and it ends up being a little clumsy. So if we actually manage to extrude this a little bit further back with some of the other designs, we could actually make our lives a little bit easier when it comes to making more faces, even at the cost of a couple extra milligrams of resin. But that's a fair price to pay in my book. I mean, you've seen how much resin we end up using. For some reason, you change all the icons to more bubbly and thicker lines versions of them. Icons? Oh, you mean the emojis and that sort of stuff? Yeah, they've always had this sort of rounder, more flat colored shapes, right? Or are they even rounder now? I mean, new ones? Casting a die is funny because it is also formed using in forging, usually made from tool steel. Something it has been changing a lot of visuals lately. They've also been something that I've found very weird is that people are not showing on my chat with like their username anymore. They've been showing them with their handle, with @muddydrezzy instead of the name. And I think I don't love that, honestly. I think it's better to not have the on the chat and to be able to have different names. So I don't really like that a lot. I mean, it's not terrible though. Been that way in comments for a while now. Yeah, it's been like since Sunday, maybe. No, Sunday we didn't stream. Maybe Monday. So another intriguing thing that I want to figure out and a little bit of understand a little better, even though it's more of an abstract thing, is I want to see how does the resin behave with more resin pieces friction wise, because these guys are pretty rough, and I mean once they're dry they feel like plastic, so it doesn't really feel like they would stick too much. But I want to know how far can we push the shape of the resin and have it behave like a mechanism instead of having to rely on something else. I mean, right now we're going to change these for other resins, but anyway, we're gonna be testing a bunch of stuff. Okay, so let's try this out. Why don't we? I mean, both of them enter pretty well and rotate pretty well. That's cool. Okay, that means we can test a lot. I'm gonna do a little bit of a risky move here. I'm gonna try and see if we can make a drilled hole into this thing. The drilled hole will work. Where did I leave my tiny baby drill parts? I think they're here. Yeah. So for this, I usually use this tiny hand drill. And it's good enough to make a hole the size of a needle. And that's exactly what we need to test this stuff out. Now let me go get an actual needle. Where do I have my needles? I can take one from Retsuko, but I'd rather use a new one. Oh, there they are. Whenever I'm desperately trying to find a needle and I don't know where they are, I always rip one out of Retsuko's body. Retsuko's the red panda of the emote. I have her body just hanging around in a little bookshelf. So sometimes, and she's got a bunch of little roughly torn piece of sandpapers. I'm not used to tearing it off. Bought myself a 3D printed holder for sandpaper. Can cut strips for it. Also, how rough your sandpaper is. So this one's a pretty old one, and this one's very rough. I cannot see, like, this section doesn't have the number, but I would say it's about an 80 or a 60. Probably an 80. Grit 80. Because this one's not the grit. It's this one. But I only see a 0 here. But it should be somewhere around 80, 60, maybe 100. And then this one is grit 200, I believe. It's a little sponge. I love this one. It's very useful having sponge abrasives. Wait, I need my other thingy. Where is it? So this drill bits came with this very nice little vise. Was it the drill bits? I don't know. I remember this vise wasn't really the thing I wanted to buy. Oh, I think it was the drill. The little drill came with this tiny vise, which is very, very useful for this sort of stuff. Well, if only I showed you on camera. Oh, wait. Okay. So yeah, this tiny vise is very cool. That's very helpful for, general purpose setting stuff up. It doesn't feel like anything special, but it's good enough. It's gentle enough not to break stuff. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. Now let me see. Every single day, I'll lose track of where my Sharpies are. I remember using it fairly recently. When did we last use the orange Sharpie that we had lying around here? Orange Sharpie. I mean, I have a bunch of Sharpies, but I just hate grabbing a new one every time. I try to use one as much as possible. Oh, I think I did throw it into the container. That's very unusual from me. Okay, so here's the eye. This is just a proof of concept, so we're not gonna worry too much on the shape and all that stuff, but I do want to have this as sort of a test run. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Okay. Yeah, let's say this is the eye. Okay. Looks close enough to me. Let's do that with the other one too. Oh no. First, let's try and see how well. I've never tried to drill the resin before. I'm kind of intrigued. Because the resin I usually have drilled before was not the... Yeah, it was not printer resin. It was... I casted a mold out of this, and then I made cast on that mold with regular standard issue resin, which is a little bit cheaper, and I'm not even sure if it's softer or harder than this one. Okay, I feel like it's a lot harder. I really like this little drill bit. I also used this one for making the harpoon, the handle of the harpoon. I drilled the wood, I mean, with a much thicker little thing, but I did drill the surface, and I feel like it made a very big difference. It made it much more, like, stay in place more. It looked prettier. I liked it a lot. Okay, I think we made it through the whole skin, which we didn't even need, but it's fine. Now, where did I put my needle? My God. Why? How peculiar. 400 and a grit polished laser nozzle. Is Retsuko a donor for parts? Yeah, sometimes. I mean, needles are not really a part of Retsuko. I just use them for... Oh, we should go back, get back some music here. Feels a little bit somber. Oh, by the way, back on the note of getting blasted due to copyright constraints, we did get a couple of complaints from the Dark Souls music, which kind of sucks. You know what's been... I think it is Nintendo's very tight grasps on their intellectual property, what could actually be helping us out, not get into trouble. Because whenever we get in trouble for Deltarune music or Elden Ring music and all that stuff, it's not really from Software or Toby Fox. It's more like, this guy made a cover and this cover sounds kind of like the original music, so I'm gonna blast you for using that cover or using a cover that sounds like the other cover that I made that sounds like the original music. And yeah, YouTube just lets it slide and doesn't care. But I think because Nintendo has such a tight grasp on their intellectual property, saying like, this is mine and nobody else's, but at the same time, I'm not sure if they're too lazy to copyright strike every single video out there, or they actually do it because they care, which it would be weird because Nintendo is famously bad at interacting with their community. But yeah, anyway, I think somehow it ends up in a perfect balance of not getting into trouble for using the cover of someone else, but also the company itself, original creators of the music piece, not caring enough to sue you. So it's a very, very unusual thing, I believe. Oh, and also we did get blasted for copyright for watching the other short film. the animation short film that Robot sent us, the one with the metamorphosis and all that stuff, which kind of sucks. I'm pretty annoyed at that because I honestly wanted to help the video, you know, grow and be reached out by more people and all that stuff, and I had to remove it from my VOD because of, yeah, copyright reasons. And yeah, it sucks a lot. But I'm not blaming the original creators, the artists behind it. I'm blaming the company that's kind of distributing it through the internet. Where did I put that needle? Come on. I just brought it here. Ah. Okay, I'm gonna go get another needle. So... Da-da-da. Wait. Maybe it's in the ground? In the ground, I never find it. Da-da-da-da. No. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go get a new needle, which sucks. Now, where am I gonna put this so I don't lose it again? Should have a place. I'll put it on the butterfly. So this little butterfly is gonna be where I put the needles, like this. On YouTube, got them and might want to warn more empathetic audience member before you start drilling an eyeball. Shivers. Ah, it's fine. I could have a more cinematic angle, like, have you ever played Dead Space? I could place the camera in that sort of angle, and you can see the eyeball struggling and trying to stay still before the needle does its thing. Doug says what, but Dropkick Demon was okay with the exposure. I didn't get any problem with Dropkick Demon, I believe. I think I only had a problem with Dark Souls. There were 2 Dark Souls songs, which I don't think they were original songs. They were more like covers or alterations of the original songs. But yeah, I don't remember getting an issue with Dropkick Demon. We can make another test later, playing some Dropkick Demon stuff. Not sure if today or in another. Well, I mean, today we're having a short stream, so it could be. Okay, so we got our drilled eyeball, and we can move this guy around. Right. Now, the tricky part here is the eye is going to... For starters, it's a little bit hard, but I think that's got to do with friction that could be taken care of later. So the rough part is moving it around. I feel like the only way to move it is go back, move down, and then move to the side, which I don't love as a mechanism. Having to go back a lot, it's not great. Now, when it moves like this, it gets into a weird angle. Can you see that? So this could be a liability. Because of how, I guess, the different rotations intertwine. Look at how looking to the right and probably looking to the left too will give you will twist the piece. Well, look to the left is not that much, but looking to the right seems like it's a big problem because it rotates. You see? If I put the nose here. Copyright system on YouTube is weird. Yes, copyright system on YouTube is absolutely broken. I feel like there's a lot of people abusing it. Not only big producing companies, but like a lot of people. So yeah, that doesn't seem to be working very well. I mean, it's okay, we could make it work, but it doesn't feel like, yeah, perfect. We can try it with the other one. I'm not sure if it's going to make any difference. Let's... Good day, Mariana. How's the stream? It's okay. We're barely getting started. I started pretty late today because I was taking care of a couple other things, but I'm taking these things out of the printer and trying to see what's going on with them. And yeah, trying to find the flaws in the systems if there are any. So this one, the first option we made, has a couple of flaws, but they're kind of minor, but they can, I feel like they're just right enough to be a problem. Now the eye should also always be over here because it's the only way that we get the actual movement that we are looking for. Oh, it's a little bit big. That's fine. I need to check if your design has the same issue. So yesterday I was thinking about your design near the end of the stream. We'll check it right now. But I wanted to see this. So that's where this song comes from. I've heard this in a bunch of animated videos. Who uses this one? Is it the guy who makes the Sonic as community animations or something like that? Oh, you know what could be one of the flaws here? So I'm designing this as if the center of the eye was a little bit further up. Okay, so let's try something else. I'm gonna do it the other way around. So the thing is, I'm doing this as if the eye position was right here, right? Front and center, I'm not showing it on the camera. But the eye should not necessarily be centered here, because once I add these pieces, it makes the eyesight look like it's looking to the left. So actually, I would need to draw the eye centered somewhere around here, taking into account the place the pivot is. So let's try that out, see if that helps. Now that's gonna be interesting because it's gonna mean we are going to have left eye, right eye this time around, which is also kind of a problem. I mean, not a full-on problem, but it's gonna be interesting. Well, it could be a problem now that I think about it. So yeah, we have this, and let's center the eye over here. It's a little bit more clumsy, but this should be more in line to what we need. And maybe with this, it's not going to do that weird stuff. Now, I don't love the idea of having left eye, right eye, because it means double the molds, double the everything. You can see how the eyeball is now slightly offset from the pivot. And maybe that's what was turning our eyes sideways that much. I'm gonna make a couple lines just to make sure the horizontal stays the same. And let's drill another hole in this one. Good day. A tool that I used to grab some piece of keyboard switch. Take some photos of this tool for sure. 100% not my intention. I'm not sure what your intention was. Or was it something? Okay. The only thing that I don't love about these little drill bits, they're very cool, they're very tiny, they break easily. I think this is the third one I've used. The very first ones I broke, the very first time I tried to make an eye, I just didn't know how to use them, I guess, how much pressure to use, so they just boop, snapped. There we go. Okay, let's test this one out. Well, I'm gonna go avert my attention elsewhere while you drill eyeballs. It's not that bad. All right, I think we're done drilling eyeballs for now. Okay, did some testing and it seemed like they moves a lot more normally when the vertical axis is first and the horizontal axis second. Okay, let's see if this works better. I mean, that looks fairly normal. It is a little slightly crooked, but it's fine. And when we move this way, yeah, this is much better. I don't see that much distortion anymore. Okay, there is a little bit of distortion there, but how did this happen? Yeah, look, here it looks fine. It's very forced, very sideways, but it looks aligned properly. But I can do this, and then that's when it gets kind of misaligned. I'm not sure how this is happening. That might be a matter of how far the little railing goes. Okay, so this one seems much better. I only needed to tweak then the position of the eyeball. There's a little bit of crookedness, a very teeny tiny bit. I don't love the fact... Okay, now if I do it down, then we do get a little bit of crookedness. It's a little bit too much over here, but it does feel slightly off. But most of the range feels fine. Like, this is usable, I believe. I still want to make some tests, try and see what are the pros and cons all around. But I believe this could be usable. There's still a couple of instances where it does twist in a weird way, which I'd love to understand how that comes to happen. And I don't love the fact that I might need to go back in order to rotate. Like, I need to... yeah, from here it's a little bit hard to move up and down, so I need to go back, move up, and go like that. It's like a car engine. It's not terrible, but it's not great either. I would like to be able to slide it down from here, because if I'm trying to make the eye movement, it would be easier if I just could follow the figure instead of sorting stuff out. Now, I could add some extra slots, little holes here and there, and use those, because I don't think we actually need... If we had another hole over here, I could use that hole to pull it up and down also. And that would let me probably do the thing that I'm trying to do. But yeah, it's still something that would need a bit of extra work. But okay, I think we could make this work. I mean, just as a little note, in case everything else doesn't work, there's hope for this one. Might need a couple of tweaks, might need a couple of modifications, alterations, but I think that it has potential. Now, let's see. When you move, that actually orbits around the transverse axis of the head. So when it's very, very sideways, there's a lot of rotation in addition to the up and down motion. Yeah, so it's also the angle in which you're trying, because this thing is made so you can only move up and down like this, right? So if you have it over here and you're trying to make force down here, you're just forcing it against the wall instead of sliding. You would have to turn it around. That's why I'm saying if I had a second hole over here, I could actually use this hole to pull down and that way keep moving. However, I mean, if I pull it too far, I'm just rotating the eye in the other axis. It would be like rotating here, like this, which is not very useful. But it's a thing that can be done. But it's interesting. I'm just saying, I think this idea is worth exploring in case none of the others prove to be as useful. But let's hope for the best for the other ones. So I think we could move straight into the other ones and test them out. So for the other ones, it's gonna get a little bit trickier because most of them didn't print all right. So they are actually currently printing. They should already be done, but I'm gonna have to go clean it up. This design is workable, but you can't make it go extremely to the sides. I mean, that's usually something I don't do. I feel like if a character, I mean, the only cases where you would actually need to do that is if you're actually trying to behave like a creepy little puppet. But usually, if I'm trying to look that much to the side, it's better to actually turn the head. It's much more natural. So I wouldn't worry that much about that. I'm pushing it very, very much to the extreme, just to know where the limits are. But yeah, I mean, if we think about Extravaganza, we never reached those points with the eyes. So yeah, that's why I believe this could still be explored, but we need to figure out a bunch of stuff there. Now, for the other ones, they're gonna be trickier. I did need to pretty much redesign all of them this morning. Oh yeah, that's what I did this morning. Just dramatic looks or action looks, yes. So I did a couple of tweaks to make the shapes bigger because there was no way it would fit. Like this is the best shape that survived from that model. So one side just broke. I'm gonna zoom in because you're not gonna be. This thing is small to an atomic level. So yeah, it does have this like little slot, but the other one is broken. And down here, yeah, I mean, we can make the hole for that one later. But yeah, it didn't work great. That's the point. And oh, I just broke it. Awesome. So I redesigned it and I printed another one, which should be printed by now. But I would have to take it out of the printer, wash it, and all that stuff. So you'll have to bear with me while I do all of that. And in the meantime, true, for example, left eye never looks so far left than the slight of right eye would be blocked by the nose. Exactly. I'm pushing it way too far, but it's because I'm trying to explore the limits of the puppet. Because that's the most important part here. It's not like we're planning to animate something like that, but we need to know what is too much and evaluate if that too much could be viable or not. Okay, so I'm gonna check the printer real quick. Wait, let me go get some water. Oh, by the way, we also uploaded on Twitter the harpoon animation, in case any of you are out there on Twitter. You can find me as Mariano's Workshop and give it a like. I feel like lately there's been a lot of movement on Twitter with what we've been doing, and that's pretty useful. I hope we can reach more people. Okay, so the print seems to be done. I'm gonna have to be very careful because they're very small pieces. I'm gonna have to be very careful. Printer. Okay, you know what? While we check out. Yeah. Okay, so hardest to test, I believe, is Dividava's second design, the one with the little like star piece. in the middle of the two axes. We do have one of those pieces here, maybe two. You are pretty open about it. So this is the design, the second design that you sent, Tibidaba, which is this one. Unfortunately, the star piece. Oh, I found the other needle. Here it is. Ta-da! Mic is crunchy. Did you hit it? No, it's probably because I was... Oh, okay, so you lost signal. Is it still lost? No, you can hear me now, right? Oh no, alright. Houston, we lost signal again. So you're losing signal when I go to the printers. That's good to know. Yeah, because I closed the door so that the fumes don't leave the place. And this computer is kind of further away. Probably that's why the signal gets lost. So sorry about that, but I think I didn't say anything very special. Door blocking signal, it makes sense. It did work a couple of times before, but the other computer is closer to that door. So this guy is the one that Dividava designed for the start. Now that you're here, Dividava, I would appreciate your help to understand how to make this work. So the biggest struggle I have is that I feel that in order to test this out, I'm gonna have to actually implement the system with magnets and all that stuff. So in order to get to that point, I would have to actually make everything like all the molds and casting them, and it would be a prototype that would take a lot of trial and error. So if we're gonna go that route, I'd like to check it out really well and see if everything works properly, because getting to the point where the prototype becomes functional is going to take me probably at least a couple of days. So I want to take a very serious look to this and see if it's actually viable or not. But yeah, we can see that bit by bit as the thing's going on. Right now I'm just waiting for the other pieces to drip down, because right now the one that's dripping is, yeah, the star that goes in the middle of these two. You can also take a look, because I modeled this in Maya and I think you were gone by that time, so I would love to know if you can see any flaw in the design here or there. Now, one problem that I feel could be troublesome here is the shape of this eye. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to withstand the shape of the iris. Because yeah, we have this one, right? And this outer shell is the eye on itself. But how do I make this eye if I need this thing to be inside? Because there's a little bit of a hole there. How do I show you? Yeah. And that hole would need to match this, and I'm not sure if it's going to be deep enough. I mean, this one had a bit of a printing error. That's why it looks a little bit flatter than it should, because it should be half a sphere. I'll take the new one out as soon as it finishes dripping down. But yeah. Now, I'm just a little bit scared because of the indent in the back and the bend and all that stuff, that this is not going to be working as well because of the, or it's not going to be able to manage the same depth of the iris. Because the depth of the iris, I feel like it is very important. It gives it a lot of very nice pop of color to the eye. The iris is that deep. I don't have a straight up depth, but let me use the calipers and see if we can make some sort of approach. So, the sphere on itself is very weird because it's printed weird. It's 16 millimeters-ish. And the sphere, so the inside of the eye, where is it? I mean, this depth is not really something that I took from the model. It's something I just made up while I was working on it. But yeah, it is about 4 millimeters deep. If you work in weird numbers, it would be 19/128ths of an inch. Why do you guys use fractions? That's just flat out evil. Anyway, hello John Smith, how's it going? So, I'm just wondering if that could be a problem. We could make the iris a little bit less deep, but I think the depth of the iris worked very, very well on the other one because it helped bounce the light inside of the eye a lot. Like, this feels very, very much alive. I'm not sure if I have an eye that doesn't have the round shape, but the effect of the magnifying glass really made everything pop so much more. And yeah, I wouldn't like to lose that effect. I think that's definitely part of what gives Evil most of her soul. So yeah, I would not love to distort the depth of the eye. But yeah, maybe we can work around it. Like, I don't have an official shape of how deep the eye should be. I don't know if even making it slightly less deep would bounce the light better. I mean, that's sort of a point where the optics become much more above my pay grade. So I'm not quite sure if it's... Let me see if I can find... I think there was one eye that didn't have the gloss to it, but maybe I threw it away or I did complete it. Yeah, all of them have the gloss. But yeah, definitely the depth helps a lot because it's what makes the magnifying glass effect in the sphere. But we can check that out. Anyway, it's been dripping for a while. Maybe I can go clean it up. It's gonna be a little bit clumsy, so I might run out of signal. You might stop here. There's a 3 millimeter of the center part is 10 millimeter and the eyeball is 16 millimeters. No. So I remember this thing. Okay, let me get the pieces and we can actually look at them on print. I think that's going to be important. So the mic might die or glitch out or sound very staticky because I'm going straight into the printers. I might try and keep the door half open. Maybe that way it will kind of work. I do need to be very, very careful at the time of taking these off the build plate. Good thing is that there's not a lot of sunlight anymore. It's starting to go dark here. Now, where is my alcohol? Did I take it out? Shouldn't have taken that out of here. No. Where's my alcohol? I need it. Oh, there it is. So maybe you cannot hear me at all. But yeah, I'm just throwing a little bit of alcohol and I'm going to try and use that to clean all of the new pieces. Because those pieces are so small and so tightly packed with details, I'm going to try to use clean alcohol. I usually use like the old bat that's full with horrible gunk of used alcohol, but yeah, for finer pieces I'll try to use new ones so that there's no clogs or weird stuff going on. Okay, First piece did not break. Throwing it into the alcohol. Second piece, which is pretty much the piece that I showed you before, did not break. It's going down. There we go. Now the sphere. It's gonna be tricky. The star. Ooh, it looks really pretty. There's a star. Now the other sphere. Now the shell. Okay, so everything printed out very nicely. Now, I printed this once, and because I did it this morning, I decided that it would be fast to print, but they're probably going to be issues finish. But that doesn't matter, because I really want to see if the proof of concept works. I'm not sure if you've been able to hear anything I just said, but I've been trying to explain stuff just to keep, you know, things interesting. But yeah, I'm not sure if the printing room could be too much or you cannot listen. But yeah, I'll talk, but I don't even know what I was talking about. So I'm trying to clean all of these pieces, make sure every little... Oh yeah, so what I did was I actually made sort of like a clumsy design. So the surface of the sphere, which would usually be the most important part, you need the surface of the sphere to be perfectly round so that the art looks nice and glossy. But I did end up doing the opposite. I printed with the supports pretty much wrecking the perfect surface of the sphere, just so I could actually have the base or the structural bits be much more well engineered and much more perfectly printed. So if we sort this out, we can spend a little bit more effort trying to figure out how to make the sphere better. But for now, I feel like this will work. I'm trying to clean everything thoroughly, especially the little holes between, like, where all the bolts should be. This is going to be very, very tiny. I think this will be the tiniest mechanism I've ever made. And I'm pretty excited for that. Although, it's a little bit scary at the same time. But yeah, we'll check these out in a bit. That one's going to be a bit of an issue, but we can take it up. We've got a little drill bit, which we could make use of that. Okay, that seems fine to me. Now, because these guys are just recently printed, I would need to throw a little bit of resin, or no, I need to throw it a little bit of UV light too. Now, another little issue that we might have here, now that I'm thinking out loud, is that if we need this piece to be made with a transparent resin, I'm not sure if it's gonna hold up really well. Unless we make this with a regular resin, still a very tiny mold. It's definitely gonna be tricky. But yeah, we can test this out. It's a nice proof of concept, so let's roll with it for now. Alright. Just one more piece and we're done. Oh god. Oh no, there's two more pieces. Almost forgot the teeny tiniest one. Okay. So let's get all these pieces and bring them over there. So it seems like they printed much better. Let me get the screws here. I'm using these. Okay, so did you miss me? Did you hear me when I was talking inside? Was it all just scuff and... So yeah, here I got all the little pieces that we just made. They look much prettier than the other ones. Frank, Hamagus, Marihead, hello. So yeah, did you hear me while I was out there? Or do I need to repeat everything I just said? You explained the secrets to life, the universe, and everything else. Was loud and clear, at least didn't notice any issues. All right, interesting. So yeah, here are the other pieces. So there's two other eyeballs, which I printed because of the flaws on the other one. I feel like they're not necessary anymore, but we can keep them for good measure. This is the one we did in the other print. We'll use this for the shape number 1. This is the star, or for the design number 2. This is the star of the design number 2, and this is the other eye of design number 2, because the first one printed weird. Yeah, look at this. It's like blobby. Unusually shaped, and this one's a perfect nice half sphere. So we'll probably be rolling with this one. So this will be our 3 pieces for this shape, and this will be our 3 pieces for the other shape, plus all the bolts and all that stuff. Now first we will need to blast them with light. Not sure if you can see anything. Trying to throw a little bit of UV all around just to... Oh, you know what? But I should, before I use the UV light, try and cut all the little supports, or they will be too hard for me to cut later. Now, where are my pliers? So I remember we used those when we were working on Katya's Gone, which was fairly recently. And after you doing that, I did mark them even. I did that on Saturday or Sunday when I was cleaning up after the disaster that was making Katya's Gone. Now I don't know where they are. Where's my pliers? Like half of my content is just me running around trying to find... Oh, here they are. Of course, they were in the toolbox. Okay, so yeah, first let's cut this up. So as I was telling you before, I put the supports in a very not very careful manner, so that the shape of the eye is not going to be amazing. Look, the surface of the eye is going to have these little blobs and bumps, which are totally not what we're looking for. But for the proof of concept, it's more important than that we have these parts working properly. Because a lot of the support elements are going to be very finicky, so I'd rather have that and a bad surface. And if it works, once we decide which will be the right way to go, the right system, then we can move. Try to fix the other details on the desired system only, instead of doing it everywhere all the time. The same goes for this one. We're gonna be having that weird blob of little bits. And also the little star. The little star I tried to put, because the star we do need to have a smooth surface so that the pieces can roll clean between each other. So I was a little bit careful on where I placed the supports on this one, but the same thing, it's not the cleanest thing ever. It's a lot of heavy duty supports, which work fine. They will definitely get the job, but they could be a little bit aggressive on the model. Yeah. So here's the star, here's everything. Right, we took these off, so now we can actually blast it with light. Hey Janice, how's it going? Nice to see you as always. How you doing, Janice? So the trickiest part with the second design, the Vida, was going to be keeping everything together. I feel like there's a lot of force that's required in order to keep the magnetic bits pulling against each other. Bum, bum, bum. No, the second design, the one with all the bolts, feels like the most structurally sound to me. But at the same time, I'm not sure how we're going to be able to make that fine detail with the resin itself. Because the 3D printer resin, yeah, it can make very fine shapes, but the casting resin, I'm not sure if it's going to have enough strength to fill every little detail here. And also I'm not sure how strong it is, because the resin that I used for the eyes didn't bend because it's a very small piece, but it's actually quite flexible. So if we make the little ears here out of flexible resin, I'm not sure if they're going to tear or break anytime. Can you drill the resin? I could. It's a little bit risky. Which resin? Yeah, no, yeah, the resin is pretty drillable. I would probably go the long route and drill it by hand, because a power tool could be too much. Just like the way I drilled right now the eye. I think we could do that. So that way maybe I just need to print the ears, like here. Print this to pieces and just have a little bit of a dent to guide the drill through. That's a good idea. The eyeball resin, yeah, I think we can. Yeah, I did drill it. I drilled it here. These guys were all drilled. Like you see those little points at the edge of the eye? Those were points I drilled in order to actually use the needles. So this design feels like the most structurally sound, but that doesn't mean it's going to work perfectly. I feel like there could be all sorts of oversights around these ones. I'm very impressed with how small it is. Like, if it works, it's gonna be very impressive. Da-da-da-da-da-dum-dum. Is this Rhythm Heaven music? Yes, it is, Dubby. Oh no, this is Scott Falco's sending screen, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's Scott Falco's sending screen. That's where I know this from. Okay, let's see if that's enough. Hopefully it is. So first, let's drill the holes that are not fully drilled. Like this one. It's fairly easy. Oh god. Okay, yeah, that works. I'm gonna use the other bits because this one is way too small. We can make our way to the bigger ones. Yeah, pretty easy. Awesome. 1 and 2. We still need to make it a little bit bigger, so we'll go with the biggest of the tiny. How do you call these things? Drill bits? Yeah, the biggest of the tiny drill bits. Let's turn this one back on. Okay. So the idea with this one is having this piece in the middle of these two. Like this. Oh god. Oh, I get where the problem comes from. Okay. I feel like in order to do this kind of prints consistently, I would really need to sit down and spend like whole day calibrating the resin printer, because yeah, there's like all these little variations in the print that are kinda making it harder to work with, but it's fine. So I designed this to actually use nuts and bolts, but for the sake of efficiency, I'm gonna try and first just use the bolts without the nuts. Hopefully it will be enough to keep things in place. And later we can use the nuts to actually attach it. Because also this is a prototype, so it will probably break. Okay. Okay, so this is for starters much tighter than it should be. What here? Also tighter in here. We need to take care of that first then. Do you know how much empty space you had left? Possible the parts could be made much beefier without spacing. Empty space where? On the head? So the screw works all right. You can see it there. Well, the bolt staying in place. And it's very tiny, which is amazing. I love this. I really hope this works out. But then, like, are there any other parts anywhere near to colliding each other? But in which design and what parts of the body? Parts near to colliding with each other. I mean, there's a lot of empty space inside of the head. Here you can see there's the shape, but everything else in here is pretty much empty space. There is the column of where the neck goes through, which is somewhere around here. You can see the neck over here, but there's some space back here. Although the sphere shape of the eye, it's the one that we've not been able to make it through. Now in this one, we're pretty much free to do whatever we want. The other ones, I did thicken everything a little bit, but I'm not sure how far could we make it thicker without it starting to become a problem inside. Do we mean thick? Well, I mean, this one we could try and thicken a little bit. The eye, this piece is the one that intrigues me the most because I'm not sure how well it's gonna stand in here. No, I feel it seems like it's fine. Yeah, I don't know, it's gonna be a tricky one. The mechanism you are assembling at the moment. So I don't know where the collision. I mean, this one has a lot of empty space up here. Like this shell is completely empty, and the pole itself goes just on the center. So there's a lot of empty space back here. So I'm not worried about the inner shape of the eye, even though, yeah, it's gonna be tricky to keep it in place, probably. I don't know, it's gonna be interesting, that one. That's an odd one. I forgot which side I already put the bolt through. I mean, between these two, it's pretty tight. This one and the sides of the eye. I actually had to cut it a little bit just to make this one work. Okay, that was an accident. All right, Roman. How was it? Did you finally beat that horrible boss? Oh no, it wasn't even a boss. It was like one of those rooms with a bunch of enemies. Okay, just to make sure it goes in. I saw your huge message, but you came up exactly at a moment where I had like a lot of comments, so I just read the word Silk Song and moved on. Oh, I did it! Fucking did it! Yeah! Okay, I thought you were actually raging. I didn't think you were actually celebrating. Sorry. You got me on a big, yeah, because I was just finishing Dobby's game and I hadn't seen like 10 comments, so I sort of scanned it very quickly. Sorry about that. But yeah, awesome, you did it. You knew it. Come on. You're so needy, Roman. I'm gonna take the gloves off. I need more precision here. This is too tiny. These bolts are a little bit too long. Get a shorter one. just exploring the rest of the stream, and after that I beat another boss. Quite easy, I may say. Alright, cool. So let's get another bolt, but a shorter one. I think this will do. How do people work with these? Oh no. Not this. Oh my god. Like I'm ascending to the level of toy maker. And that feels like an amazing level up to do. Now the problem here is I think I screwed up. Maybe not. Oh, this one's a long one. Okay. One very long. Okay, first, I'm gonna be needing. Where could I drill this? The thing is, we didn't make the head because I didn't think we would make it this far. So I need like a placeholder. What could I use a little placeholder here? How do people do this? Everything's so tiny. I'm gonna need the other pliers, like the very small ones, the electrician ones. Oh, there they are. So I need some sort of testing surface to put this on, though. Because this could go all the way in or whatever. So where can I put this? Have it kind of secured enough. If I had some random piece of plastic, maybe I can grab something out of the Katiagon pieces. I just need something with a tiny hole, a very tiny hole. Some piece of plastic with a teeny tiny baby hole. Where? piece from Katya. Maybe no. Maybe just any piece of random plastic and I can make the hole myself. Maybe one of the broken Dragon Frame controllers. Yeah, here's a flipped Dragon Frame controller. Maybe we can use this one as a base. How does Silksong work? Do you have to upgrades or do you need to get good? It's pretty much a lot of get good, honestly. Like I feel like upgrades do help, but it only makes it faster. It doesn't really make it easier. At least in my experience. I didn't get to play a lot, but didn't feel like the items. Like I remember I did get like the sword upgrade and I was like, oh, everything's gonna be so much easier now. And it wasn't. And AFK or Ibido. Yeah, outside of a few movement upgrades, mostly is getting good. Yeah, I mean, the very basic movement upgrades, those make a huge difference. Those definitely make bosses, a couple of bosses beatable, but once you get the basic movement options, I feel like there's not a lot extra there. I'm not sure, maybe I just didn't made it to all the other crazy movement options, but... So let's make this... What did I put? There we go. Maybe I need a shorter one. It's fine, it's just a prototype. I'm not sure how to secure this because it feels like I reach a limit and I cannot tighten anymore. Because, yeah, I mean, we don't really need... this one should be tight, very, very tight. But maybe we could glue it then instead, or have it part of the body. Right now it's just a test. So we have this, we have that, and we need a very long bolt for the center. Wait, what? Can't recall the last time you truly challenged me. Those fingers look very feminine to me. Hey. Someone gets money petty for the stream. Wait, what? What do you mean? Just have delicate animator hands. But I don't feel like they're very taken care of or anything like that. And I definitely did not clip my nails for this. You can see them, they're pretty long. You said you needed plastic with a very tiny hole. so much that I clipped it on YouTube, by the way. I'm sending it on Twitch because Twitch supports things. Okay, interesting. Now this is definitely not great. I should have done it the other way around, but I feel like I already screwed up and I've got no way back now. But let's try it anyway. Okay, so I think I need to take care of the tolerances a little bit. These ones are pretty generous. Maybe I should have been a little bit more tight when it came to those tolerances. Because right now it's not really being very tight. But yeah, so here's the eye. Now we need to make sure this thing can stay tight. It's gonna be tricky. And it can move this way. I mean, this feels... I mean, feeling-wise, I think this is perfect. Maybe we should draw the eye to make sure. As usual, compliment a man, he else flustered. Just get weirded out. I feel like I have very... I don't know. Yeah. Shut up. Delicate hands from delicate work and for... Yeah, I broke my delicate hands once. I was talking about that yesterday. You see this little bump over here? That's from a pretty bad accident I had on this very workshop. Pretty much sitting right where I'm sitting right now. And it was not pleasant at all. It's a pretty bad time. I can make it weird. No! Stop it, Nathan Webster. Gotta test which way is better. Safety first, kids, definitely. Always be very, very careful. Like, even if you're making little funny puppets, there's still a lot of risk every now and then. But yeah, as I was saying, gotta test which way is better for the required eye movement. Yeah, definitely. But I mean, feeling wise, this is amazing. I just want to make the... I mean, it needs a little bit more pressure because it feels like it falls for gravity after a little bit. But this feels amazing. This is beautiful. I want to make the little drilled hole so I can mark it, and I can also draw the eyeball. And also the range seems like it's a lot more than what we need. There's not gonna be another accident, maybe a tiny accident, but we're not even using power tools today. I should have done this before. Now it's all... Okay, it's fine. No, it's not fine. Playing like that. Surgery board game. Whose name I don't remember. Ah! No, it's too good for its own good now. How do I drill this? Well, for starters, I think I don't even need to drill this because it's so smooth that I can just move it even with my fingers alone. But I'll try to use a needle just for the sake of it. Yeah. Say this is the eye. According to the original design, we designed it so that the transverse bar was the sides of the eye and the other bar was the center of the eye. Maybe I could sort of cheese it out with... Oh god. So... Very weird lyrics. His lyrics are very weird. Oh, you cannot see it. There it is, looking straight into your soul. So it's a little bit hard to set up together. But okay, there it goes. Alright, you can see it. And I can move it very easily. I mean, if you ask me, this is absolutely perfect. Look at that. It feels amazing even in the fingers. I can go so far. Insanely far. I mean, I should usually leave it somewhere around this. I don't want the screw to start showing. Over here, we don't want this. But... Operation. Oh, that's what the game is called? Yeah, Operation. But yeah, look at that. That's absolutely beautiful. This feels like a big, big breakthrough. Now, the trick with this one will be designing it in such a way that it sort of self-tightens. Because right now, it's a little bit hard to... I mean, I made it in such a way that I could add bolts to it. Or I'm sure the bolt is too much. The good old universal joint, definitely. Sounds like DB just earned himself the spot in the credits reel. Definitely. Yeah. Most definitely. I mean, look at it. It feels so good. Weak. So all we need to make sure, and the other best part of this one is that we can actually enlarge the face parts at last. And we won't have this very tiny edge that's very easy to break and very hard to cast. Repent of your sins, Nathan Webster. Repent. It's really cool. This is amazing. Whoa. So, how do we make this sort of self-tightening? So I designed this so that we could actually add bolts to it, but I'm not sure if bolts are going to be, one, a lot of work, and two, like a hassle to put in. Now we also need to think on the casting of these parts. Because if this eye, it's the same thing. I feel like the drilling, you might be right with the drilling, DB Dava. It would definitely be easier than trying to make whole molds all around. Enough friction for the eye to reliably stay in place during animation. That's what I'm wondering about. That's exactly what I'm trying to think about. I mean, it's staying in place fairly enough, but that might also be because it's standing. It's like, well, I think this should be the best. No. I mean, even like this vertically, it's still... Okay, it does fall a little bit. But yeah, we need to find a way to tighten these guys up. I'm not sure if using a screw instead of a bolt, or if we should add the nuts inside of the mechanism, which would be a lot of work though. Nathan Webster, you dirty soul. But if you felt how smooth this is, you would be doing it too. It's amazing. It feels like the ball in a mouse and an old mouse. It's very fidgety. I'm sorry. Damn it. It's just addictive. How about the resin wear down? I imagine adding a small bump might allow it to hold in place while allowing... That's what the hole was for. That's why I was making the drilled holes in the other ones. Where are the other eyes? In these ones? So I didn't get to do it with this one because I got too excited and too carried away assembling it. But before assembling, I should have made a little hole so that I could put the needle inside of the hole and rotate it around freely. Because in animation, you need that precision. So with this, you can easily move it around. I cannot do it in this one, and I tried to do it, but because it's already on the mechanism itself, it's a little bit hard to move it. One more like a braille bump. Mouse balls, memory unlocked, yes. I love this. I really love this. Now, but yeah, we need to find a way to make this tighter. Now, I think a couple of these here were actually screws instead of bolts. There are a couple of screws, but they're even tinier, which sounds risky. And I think I had another pack of screws somewhere around here. Well, let's see, maybe if I can, how tight could this go? And there's also a couple of little, how do you call the little metal donuts that you use? My hardware words in English are absolutely terrible, but can you see it? These things, little metallic donuts that you use in the middle of your joints so that you can still have a little bit of freedom of movement. How do you call these guys? Washers. Yeah, washers. So I could use some washers in order to sort of avoid the friction, maybe. But I want to see how tight can the screws go, because these ones are even tinier, which scares me. And now to cast these, I think I'll need to make the shape. Yeah, I think I can make it work. I got an idea. For some reason they're called washers, I assume because they used in washer machines? I don't know, that sounds kind of far-fetched. Is that really Rhythm Heaven? Yes, it is. Alright. I don't want to have some random anime song that ends up blocking all the content all around the world. Especially because this feels like a very, very important stream. I mean, if I found my channel while I was learning how to make puppets, I feel like I would go back to this episode a bunch of times. Okay, that's way too tiny. Let's try this one. Has been used 70 years, 700 years? Really? 700 years of washers? It's older than animation itself. What can we do with the screw then? Not sure if this screw will work. But so I like the idea of, yeah, using the screws here. I'm not sure if they're going to tighten enough. According to translation, there is also a word puck, same as washer, but more often means hockey. Oh, okay, like the hockey puck. What bolts are you using? Do you know? So I've got this little package of glasses and watch screws. Is it flipped in? Oh yes. So it's a bunch of different sizes. Wait a second. What is that? Okay, interesting. So yeah, the ones that I used to assemble this guy were all 1mm M1, if I'm correct. Oh, here's a point one. I used this one's 2.5 times 1.4 times 8mm. So they're not even 1mm. It's 1.4. These guys. That's the ones that I have bolts for. And then there's these other ones that are 1. That's the only ones I have. The other ones are 1.4. So currently I'm trying the 0.1. I want to see how hard does it tighten. Because I need the tightness on the resin itself, but I don't even have a bolt for this one. Like this package only has bolts for the to the for the wait, what, 1.4? This is confusing. No, I think it's a 1.6. I think there might be a problem with how it's reading on the box. But yeah, once you reach a certain point, it just starts spinning by itself, which means it's not tightening properly, even with the screw. But maybe if I made the hole smaller, it would have a little bit more force. Right now, I don't even know how am I gonna pull the screws out or the bolts out. because they don't feel like they're coming out when I unscrew. Yeah. Yeah, they're not. So I'm not sure how to recover these. Maybe this will be a nice point to actually start using those heat inserts everyone mentions, but are they available on this teeny tiny size? Okay, this one is coming out, that's good. I'm gonna disassemble the unholy contraption. Using bolts and nuts would be a smart thing to do, and screws don't grab onto resin very well, and it's very easy to accidentally strip the threads. Strip, that's the verb I was looking for. Okay, so nuts and bolts. Now, bolts, I'm not sure if they're gonna make it into the thing, though. Like right now, I think there's no way for me to pull out this, guys. Oh, or maybe I just broke what? Did I break the screw? No, it's just loose. Yeah, it's just loose. Okay, so maybe I did manage to loosen it. Well, work has me exhausted. I'm gonna leave you to your magic. Thank you, Nathan. All right, take care, rest very well. See you later then. We'll keep developing here our little science project. So using bolts would be the right move, you say? How do I implement said bolts without it being a problem? Now, once this guy moves around, okay. More difficult to get to work, but once it works, should work well. Yeah, you're right, you're right. Okay. Or alternatively, you could just print a bunch of the center pieces and just replace them if something breaks. I mean, I'm pretty sure this stuff takes a fraction of a gram of material, but I tried with the screw and it's not tightening very well, so I'm scared it won't be enough. Now we'll have to think which pieces are better to... Okay, so let's brainstorm that a little bit. Well, let me remove this final screw here. Trying to recover as many pieces as I can from here. I'm just gonna have to pull this one out. I hate when random things move here. Did the watch bolts not come with nuts? Yeah, it has nuts. It just comes with a very few and only on one of the sizes. There's only one type of nut for like 3 different type of bolts. So we don't have a lot of versatility there, but we definitely can use nuts. Yeah, they're over here. Actually, I already have. But designing for the nuts is a little bit hard because it takes a lot of work. Because they're so thick, you end up maybe breaking a couple things, that sort of stuff. But yeah, definitely we can use the nuts. Not always. Some bolts goes into threaded holes in watch body. Yeah, but threading the resin is not very reliable. The resin threading is gonna be... it feels like it's gonna break very soon. I just proved that a bunch of times. So, I mean, this works really, really well. But let's not get... we still have another system to test here. I'm not gonna leave no stone unturned here. So, I'm gonna see what happens with... Wait, which ones are these? Okay. So... okay, first let's evaluate this. So these 2 pieces, we could definitely just print them out and throw them straight from the printer into the body. Like, even if we need to do 4 of these are milligrams worth of resin. It feels like it's not gonna be a problem at all. Now this one's gonna be tricky, because this one's definitely gonna need a mold. Not because of anything, but that the shape itself is going to be transparent. We need to make the shape of the eye, the concave section, and then the rounded crystalline bit. It's gonna be interesting. Working my game, I made the lizard thing a power up, so you only use it sometimes. Okay, interesting. You should add a couple of random things so that the enemies pop from different directions, or that the green guys pop up from another spot. So if we do that, I'll do that. Okay. If we do that, we would be able. Getting sleepy here. Why though? I did sleep a lot today. So yeah, the only one that needs a mold is this one. And I feel like this one might need to... I might need to find a way to cast it a little bit better. Because I printed it sideways, which was fine, but there's a little bit of distortion that could have affected the inside. I mean, I did design these to insert the bolts into them, so I could try and see if it works. But I'm not sure. I mean, it does fit. I feel like that bolt's gonna be lost now. Can you see? It seems like it works all right. Can place a bolt in there, and that's definitely gonna be tightening. Right, wait, now this one was slightly too small, if you ask me. No, it's fine. No, then we can add a bit more. It sticks fairly easy. I'm not sure if I should reinforce it with a little bit of glue or something like that. So I'm gonna place it in right there, like that. Just a little bit of pressure and it goes right in. I like that a lot, but I'm not sure if it's enough for it to tighten. Let's try it. No. In an ideal world, files like this would be made from brass or something similar. I mean, if I can find pre-made brass pieces, I would surely use that, but if it means I need to learn how to do like metalworking, yeah, I'm drawing the line there. I feel like I'm never going to be able to finish a single puppet if I'm always trying to learn a new craft. But I really feel like I'm unlocking a new skill tree here. Like, I feel like a toy maker. And with this, it's much easier to take it out. Okay, that's cool. Awesome. Brass, something similar, but it might be outside the capabilities of your workshop. Definitely outside of the capabilities of my workshop. But I feel like the bolts could work. Yeah, look at that. Perfect, pretty. Let's put this in here. And I also did design this one so it would have a bolt. I feel like I'm pretty cheap when it comes to bolts because I feel like I don't have many. I don't want to run out of them. But I think we can make sort of like a general test here. So this is the same thing pretty much, but using the bolts. Well, puppet is a toy, so toy making separate skill tree, more like a specialization, maybe. Yeah. I don't know, I've never done this sort of stuff. This feels very technical to me. I mean, I know the other stuff I do is very technical, but I don't know, it feels like a new discipline. And a very helpful one at that. Wait a second. Do these ones work? 1.4, 3.6, I don't get it. Gigahertz, I'm just wondering if you're planning on doing 30-minute, 1-hour video compilation of your process on the evil puppet. You know, I would love to. I think it would be very fun to make that sort of stuff. I don't feel like I have the time to make that, you know? Because I know if I did that, probably I could make some sort of interesting video that could work well for the algorithm, that sort of stuff. But editing a video like that would probably take me months. Because we're talking about 8 months worth of video that I would need to edit. And it's usually not the best video for like very engaging, very relatable YouTube kind of video, because there's no... Wait, I'm struggling here. Maybe these ones are not the right size. But yes, I feel like that would be fun, but I don't want to stop making stuff in order to cater the content, you know? So what I've been up to is I've been thinking, right now I'm gonna focus on working, and yeah, I'm gonna have to leave my work on this sort of unfiltered format designed for like the more hardcore fans who really want to dig in deep into the stuff. And maybe someday, if I actually manage to hire an editor, get a budget, I could do that. But if I stop making puppets in order to make videos of how I make puppets, I'm gonna end up losing a lot of time. And instead of making one puppet a year, I'll start making one puppet every 2 years. And that doesn't sound optimal. So it's a matter of being strategic. I do know that sort of videos will definitely help me out, reach more people and get more engagement and a lot more likes and that sort of stuff. But at the same time, that would mean just making less stop motion animation, which in the end, it's more my craft, what I do. So yes, I do want to make that stuff, but I would need an editor, I would need someone to work on it, and I would need a budget for that sort of stuff too. Because, I mean, we're talking about thousands of hours of footage. I do have a lot of footage of when I made Evil, because Evil, in order to make the little clip of me building her, I pretty much recorded everything. So I do have, I don't know, maybe about a whole terabyte of footage of everything before Evil's birthday. Then after Evil's birthday, I stopped recording and I began to record. Well, the only recordings that are left are pretty much the VODs, which work, but it's kind of a little bit more clumsy because it's not a very dynamic angle. It's usually something like this, like top down, easy to handle, easy to work with. Yeah, no pressure. Just wanted to ask. Yeah, I know it's no pressure. I'm just I'm sort of laying out to you the general work plan, so I would love to do that, but yeah, I think it's something that I'm not gonna be able to make fully until we actually make it to sort of like a next level in production. The problem right now is that I'm pretty much locked with what I've got right now. I know I'm already like kind of risking it with running out of budget, budget meaning keeping the lights on. And I need to find a way to make this sustainable ASAP. But I definitely want to get into that point eventually. I'm just not sure when will that eventually come to be. That short you made, for example, is so cool. I ended up wanting more. Which short? The Happy Birthday Neuro, Evil Neuro, or the like the shorts? Because the shorts are mostly pieces of extravaganza, and there's just one short of, hey, I'm going to start animating soon, please come join. And that's all I have for shorts. But maybe you're considering Evil's Birthday a short. Or did I make a short version of that one? I don't remember making a short version of that one. The process one that ended with Evil moving after you left the room. Yeah, that's the Happy Birthday Evil video. So yeah, that one was very cool, but it did take a lot of time. And I would love to make more stuff like that, but I need to find a way to make it reliable. Reliably would be much better of a word there. Okay, so with bolts, I feel like I can tighten it slightly more. Now, I feel like there's a problem with scale here because it's not really tightening around the... I feel like I need to force. Can you see it there? How the arms are kind of bending inwards a little bit. So maybe I need to make it thicker so it's tighter around the cylinder itself. And other than that, I mean, I feel like I can actually tighten. Oh, I do have like rubber washers. Let's try those rubber washers. Why not? Or the regular washers. I mean, both of them would be pretty cool. The process one that ended moving. Yeah, I mean, that was for starters, it was the initial idea of starting the channel, you know, like how do we start with a bang? I was like, I mean, we cannot make a whole thing of everything we did. It has to be something short and snappy. And yeah, we ended up with that thing. It turned out really well. But then the problem was, okay, I can keep the videos in this format, but then the next video is going to be like half a year from now, right? Because I'm going to keep working, but there's not going to be anything else until I finish something new. And that's when we went, came up to the idea of what if instead of making a video, we live stream the stuff itself. And that way people can ask questions and engage and that sort of stuff. But I think if we made something, for example, yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a little bit far-fetched, but the system that Neuro and Evil has is that, yeah, they will just stream and do their own stuff, and eventually, after a couple of months or weeks or whatever, you'll have the edited, shortened version of They just released one, right? Like evil neuro terrorizing Japan, and that's just grabbing stuff from the stream and editing it into. But I think it would be fun. How to start with a BAM? How to start with a boom? I mean, it definitely was a boom, but boom did not exist when we started that. Boom was, yeah, it hadn't been released yet. To be honest, it's hard to keep up on streams at the moment. I know it's not the so I know it's not the most engaging content, and it's not something that you can watch all day. I mean, this is a full-time job for me, so keeping up and staying, but the idea, there's a time zone too. Yeah, time zones are also a thing, but the way I try to design this around is not to keep people here strapped to the screens all the time, but so that I can just, you know, work, advance, and if someone is out of the loop, I can just help them catch up real quick. So I did this and did that, and that's what you missed on last stream, that sort of stuff. And I think I've tried to do that kind of okay. And yeah, if someone wants to see something very specific, then you can go back to making Neuro-Sama Part 3 and see how I made whatever I did back then, I don't even remember, and check the specific thing if you are trying to, I don't know, make a silicone mold or whatever. It's a little bit hard, like the project management side of this. I feel like that's along with the streaming side, in which, yeah, I still don't understand how to make emotes work and that sort of stuff. Well, I mean, I think I finally made them work a little bit. Yeah, the project management side, it's also like one of the weaker sides of my endeavor here. But I hope my product is good enough that I can kind of wing it and figure it out along the way. But yeah, I understand. Those are very fair points, that I've thought about them tirelessly for countless sleepless nights. But yeah, the thing is, we need to find some sort of balance, or just flat out the budget, which, I mean, we're making our way. We've this month, well, between Patreon and everything, well, I mean, it's tricky because there's a couple of things that will not pay you until you reach a certain number of things to actually make the payout. Interesting. So the washers are not really full washers. They have like a tube shape. I don't know how to explain this. They're like a Lego cap. Can you see it there? It's tiny, but I can zoom in. Since full-time job was mentioned, I should be going to work. Good luck with those testing parts. Oh no, I said the forbidden word. Yeah. All right, take care, John Lennon. Good luck with your stuff. I'll see you around. So yeah, it's like a little cap, which is fine, but I'm not sure if it's gonna fit. Why do you put a washer in such a tiny space? Add friction with those looks perfect. Those look perfect for this as long as they can be squeezed into the holes on the center part. You mean the washers? Yeah, I'm trying to do that. The thing, it's a little bit tricky since, yeah, it's so small. So we already got one washer on one side, but the other one is going to be... Oh, okay, I see. It's because we already made it past the center point. Okay, so the washers. I've never really understand what the objective with washers is. Is it to add pressure or is it to like reduce pressure or reduce friction? Add friction not only between parts but also between part and bolt. Oh, you mean the plastic caps then? The thing is I would have to design for that one because those one definitely do not fit the holes right now. But I could design towards those guys. I mean, look at this. It feels tight. Now, you know what else I would like to do for the sake of science? I want to add like a little blob of clay inside of the eye so I can emulate the, yeah, like the hollow section of the iris. Oh, we could actually mold this from... But I think I'm gonna need something a little bit bigger. Generally, washers are used to distribute the force of the bolt on a bigger area. Okay. Or to prevent the surface part from being damaged when the bolt is tightened. Okay. That kind of makes sense. So you expand the area of contact or you avoid. In cases, they're also used to prevent bolts from loosening them by themselves in high vibration conditions. Okay. Huh, that's interesting. Wait, we're already on Katamari, but we are hearing what was it? Rhythm Heaven. So I'm just adding a big blob of random material here because I want to make sure it doesn't interfere with the mechanism, because if it does, we're gonna be in trouble. Sure. Now the other tricky part is that I need the pieces to stay in place. No, it's just the shorter ones. Mateiru yo, lolly rolling star. This is the most delicate stuff I've done in a long time. Some cases are also used to prevent. Oh yeah. Da-da-da-dum. Okay, so there is a little bit of a problem there. I'm turning up and down. I feel a little bit of a crash collision there. And I could shrink the edges. Not sure how much is too far though. Mateiru yo, lonely rolling star. Okay, I'm a little bit scared of the iris though. Adding a little bit of blob of clay back there makes this hard. I mean, because it's clay, I can still push it further, but I feel like it gets stuck at some point. Johnny. Seems like Streamabu's got some competition here. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Don't story poach. Don't story poach. So yeah, this is a big look. I feel like this is gonna stop us from actually doing the iris. But I think we could make a test with an iris. Print one shell with the iris on it and see if it works. Let me ban the stream, this cheap viewers guy. First on chat, wow. Daddy. Okay, so let's leave this to rest for now. Seems pretty promising. It's still got a couple of teeny tiny issues that we might need to attend to, but it looks incredibly promising. If this works, it's gonna be amazing. But in the meantime, let's see if we can make something out of the final system, which is the star. The DB-DABA patented star system, which is this one. The second arm for my glasses when putting them on. How did you snap them? There's one went a few weeks ago. Oh no. Wait. Okay. It seemed very weird here. Wait, who's there? Just steal the second one too from my old glasses. I got a bunch of glasses bolts here if you need any. What is this? Sounds like Persona. I'm not sure if Persona is safe. Oh, it's not even. What's Persona Q? Yeah, I'm not sure if this is safe, so let's go with something else. With 35 seconds of Persona, so let's hope that doesn't get us into trouble. Bossa Nova Deltarune. What about Mega Man X? I feel like a Mega Man X. City Pop? No. I don't want covers. That's gonna. Okay. Mega Man OST. The best themes of Saga. Alright, let's try this out. Hopefully we'll not get in trouble with this. So this one intrigues me. I'm not sure if it's gonna be able to stay in place. No. This one's pretty interesting, but I feel like it's not complying when it comes to moving. Awesome. That was a quick fix with your glasses. So I feel like it snaps off very easily. I know there would be a magnet involved, but I'm not sure if the magnet's going to be enough to hold it in place like that and to keep it in place. So I have this. I feel like it's pretty easy to just snap it off the support. There's no no solid union, maybe. It's like this, but whenever I try to rotate, it doesn't really feel like I'm rotating the way the mechanism is intended to move. It just feels like it's snapping off the right spots. Yeah, the design kind of requires a spherical socket that keeps the eye in place. Seeing how well bolt will, how small parts are can be printed, Really no advantages to this design. The grooves on that are also pretty shallow. Need to be a lot deeper for stable motion. Okay. Alright, so I think we could stick for the other eyes for now, but maybe we can revisit this in the future, see if we can make it work. But yeah, the problem with this one is the same that what we said of the iris. That if we make the what was the word you used? The grooves. If we make the grooves deeper, making the grooves deeper would mean that the iris would be smaller also. Okay, so if we're going with this one, how do we avoid having the iris? I mean, I could print one with an iris and see how it behaves. And I could also, how does this work? Okay, I think I can make the hole of the bolt a little bit smaller, which would make it a little bit sturdier. I would like that. But, well, the thing is I'm using the wrong... Oh, okay, let's see. I made my tests using these ones, which are considerably bigger. Okay. But these are the only ones with such a big head? That's good, we can make this smaller. In general, yeah, there's a lot of space there. Where's the screen? So yeah, that one's got a lot of space around it, and this one's barely got any space. It's actually a little bit out of the socket. So we could make this smaller, that's good. Now, what's gonna be the official screw for these ones? Of these I don't even know if I can see a difference. Okay, and they both work on the original nut, right? Wouldn't require very thin parts since I didn't know how thin you could print. Okay, okay. So yeah, that's a good part. Like the resin printers can print very, very, very small details. So I think we can keep it under control there. Now that I say that, I'm actually thinking maybe I could just make, like, print the eyeballs and just have a little mold for the finals. Yes, I can totally do that. Hell yeah. Okay, I think we got it solved. So yeah, we don't need a mold for the main shape. I'll just make a mold similar to this one, but with the actual groove of the iris. The only thing is that I would have to make, well, no, I would have to print many of those for all the different dice. But I could even print the starry eye in a single go, you know? And then I just need to add all of these little pieces and it will probably work straight up. Okay, we might have this sorted out. So I just need half a mold, like a half sphere mold to make the final layer of resin. But other than that, everything would be directly printed. And I can just paint on top of the printed resin, like if I was just painting on this thing. And then I would need to adjust the size for the washers, and I would need to adjust the skull to make sure this thing fits. Okay. As long as I don't crash with the inside of the neck, that'll be fine. Okay. Now, what else do we need? Maybe I can make the edges a little bit less big. I can tighten this one a little bit more. I should check how that's going on. And where's the new ones? Just for the sake of it, I want to make sure. So I don't know why the printer, like the things I've printed, work better. I think it didn't throw any UV light this ones. If I remember correctly, this thing should have been much bigger, but for some reason it's slightly the right size. I maybe shouldn't have done that. Yeah, it's fine. Make this one thinner. Make that one bigger. Make the nuts so smaller. The spaces for the nuts are fine, I believe. But you think, same time you think we should try to implement the other plastic washer thingies, right? These guys? Where are they? I think we could implement those. I just need to take a couple measurements and try and make them fit. I don't think those one will work, but this one's probably will. Hey Mariana, just updated the covering to 1.11. I'm not sure if I can play Goberlingo in this computer because this one's the laptop and I'm not sure if Mac OS will work. But give me a second, we can give it a try. But I'm fidgeting right now with this stuff. I literally can't. Not old enough to make my game. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know they have like an age restriction to make stuff. Okay, so we got this. So notes to self, we need to make an eye with an iris, see how that goes. Make an eye with an iris, then shrink this guy a little bit to the sides. That will help on two different fronts. And this guy should also be shrunk a little bit. So I think I should have printed this on the other side more, yeah, probably. Maybe I could just make it in such a way, okay. I mean, I could leave this one's printing pretty much tonight. Now, how do I implement this into the skull? Because this needs to be mathematically at the center of the skull or of the face, whatever. Be older than 13 years old. Ah, that sucks. All right, it's not that much. 3 years fly by when you're my age. To make an account and use that, except that's illegal. Nah, that's fine. You can just wait. Or maybe you could just make a web build, like the one Dobby just sent. Maybe you can make the web builds without doing that sort of stuff. And that way it could work anywhere. I feel kind of tired for no reason at all. I feel like we haven't... Maybe it was a lot of focusing in very small things. I feel like my head is... Like, it's not fully a headache, but... I don't know, like... Weird feeling. Like, maybe if I... The feeling I would have from going down from a car that moved way too fast, something like that. Kinda dizzy, kinda unpleasant, but not fully a problem. But yeah, I think I was just very hyper focused in the tiny pieces. Okay, another thing we can test here is the magnets. I designed this magnet holes, which should be the right size. Oh, and we can test, yeah. We can definitely test that. I want to see if this works. Yeah, I need to go to sleep now. Yes, I don't know your times on the other, but thank you very much, Dividaba. Yeah, I'll let you know whatever progress we make. Right now, it's gonna be a lot of testing. I feel like the major progress has already been done, and thank you very much, because I think I wouldn't have made such progress without your help and guidance. So, yeah. But I'm gonna test the magnets, see what else comes up. And yeah, I just make my way through all of this. Okay, so this one's a little bit too big from what I see. So these holes are definitely too big. Oh my god, did it go inside? No way. No, there's no way. There it is. Okay. So I'm gonna try think I'm gonna be forced to glue this and see how it behaves, because I'm not sure if we're gonna have to do the bigger magnets, but hopefully not. However, this one's, the hole itself is definitely way too big. I think I'm gonna be able to pop that up real easy in a while. Got them. Good night, Dividava. By the way, I'm trying to make the HTML version of my game work. For some reason, right now it has no texture, but it's functional. All right, wow, that was fast. I mean, you made a very quick HTML port. Okay, I'm gonna wait for this to dry a little bit. Let's try the same thing. I mean, I want to probably poke all of these out with a needle or something. Because the program I use supports HTML. I mean, it figures. It would be... It's like a very basic thing for game-making software to have, I believe. Come on. No, no. I think I can zoom out now because now we're not working on such small little pieces. So right now I'm trying to put the magnets in. I want to see if these very tiny magnets are good enough to hold everything in place, or if I'm gonna have to go for something bigger. mean? And we'll see. Use sports HTML. So okay, so now the only difference is that the mouth would probably be a little bit heavier. So I'm not sure if it's gonna behave the same way. Where it sticks, it stands there. Feels nice. Oh, feels very nice. Oh, it's magical. But I need to be slightly heavier. I think I'm gonna fill it up with water and see if that helps. But the air is not gonna come out of me. No, you know what? Let's just cheese it out. Okay. Where did I leave the mouth? I had one stray mouth somewhere around here. I used it yesterday, I believe, maybe to take some measurements or something. What did I use it for? Use that stray mouth to test the magnets, yeah, over there. I tested against Katya's gun. It's penny's worth. But I don't think I left it here. Make no sense. Okay, here's a container with more mouths, then I'll use this one instead. So it's gonna be very scuffed, but just as a measure of how well it holds the weight, I'm gonna have it carry two mouths in a single mouth. I'm gonna put this one here. Feels like too much. It's definitely too much, but it's fine. Oh, but it can. Look at that. It's holding. If I shake it, it might fall off, but it takes a lot. And we're going way overboard here. It's not only a matter of weight, it's also a matter of balance. There's a lot of leverage here. I'm gonna reduce it a little bit, maybe. Okay, but this seems to work, and work really well. I honestly did not expect the very small magnets to work, but hey, look at that. It snaps really easily and nicely. It looks pretty. Still doesn't have a very perfect edge, even though I did work on that, but I'll make the edge cleaner. It's a matter of supports, I believe. Like, look at that. I can shake the mouth around. And it's not gonna fall. I'm hitting my hand right now, trying to see if the mouth falls down, and it's just not falling. That is great. There we go. Now, I need to find a way to make the union cleaner. That's definitely a must. And we also need to try and add another one here. I'm just gonna add a little bit of glue, super glue, to the inside of this guy. There we go. Okay, so with this we could have a bit of a functional face. From what I saw, I feel like this will definitely work, the ones on the top for the hair. So if you're out of the loop, we've struggled a lot with the hair because it falls a lot. But with this, we can take care of that, and let's see if the one in the back is also too big. I think that one might be too small, but it's part of the distortion of the print, I believe, problem. No, it does feel like it needs to be bigger. Okay. Need to make a lot of notes. What's going on here? Da, 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 da. Okay, so we need smaller holes for S magnet. Bigger hole. So this guy needs to be smaller. Hmm. So which eye did you go with? The one with the mechanism. The one with the bolts. This one? It works beautifully. If you wish, I can assemble it back up so you can see how it works. So I'm gonna have to redesign the head. Yes. But how's it going? Aussie 423. Have you been here before? I'm not sure if I've seen you around. But hello. Hi, Aussie. So yeah, we're doing a couple of tests for the eyeballs. I was just about to show Dr. Robot how our eye test went, and it turned out really, really well. There's just a couple of details that still concern me, but they're kind of minor. So I feel like we could make something really, really good. So yeah, this is the eye mechanism, which really feels like a little toy. There's my screwdriver. Oh, I had the camera a little bit wider because I was working on bigger things, but I could make a bit of a zoom in so you can actually see all the teeny tiny things here. Ah! Prettiest little cookie, definitely the prettiest little cookie. Yeah, I've been here. I'll be back in a second. Alright, oh, TNT Dagger, I hadn't seen you before. Or did you show up like at the very beginning of stream? No, that was yesterday. Ah! Oh, I dropped it. Okay. Come on. There we go. So yeah, look at this. It works beautifully. Oh. If I ever finish assembling it. Where did my bolt? Yes, I do need watchmaker tools to put the eyes together, but it's gonna be worth it. I just made it. I just assembled it and tried it out, and it feels like butter. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Look at that. So yeah, you have this secured here. I'm not gonna do that part because it's the toughest part. Yeah. And you can just move it like this, like that, like that, like that. I can do it with the tip of my finger. It's the easiest thing ever. If I use a needle, as we've been doing it before, it's pretty easy to move the eye around, all around. So yeah, the orientation's kind of important, yes. but I mean, look at this. It's just beautiful. I'm trying to see what else we need in order to have this run smoothly inside of the face. Because this little prototype is absolutely fantastic. But yeah, now we need to make it work on Evil's face. Yes, it's very fancy and it feels, yeah, it's just so smooth. I love it. I love it. Could fidget with this all day. Preview Kevin and other streams. All right. But yeah, it's looking really good. I'm trying to see what else. Oh, also, I added magnets here. So I feel like the holes are a little bit too big, so I'm gonna tweak them. But these ones are much smaller, and see how well the mouths fit in place. So it locks in, it stays there, and it doesn't fall. But it's very soft to place it. To put it in place, it's a very smooth and nice. It's not as hard as before. But even if I shake it a lot, it's not falling, which is amazing. So yeah, that's another big win. I also have this one. Yeah, look at that little cookie. I can use the other eyes here just so you can see her in her blue state, her blue face. How do they call that part of a blue period or something? Like there was a moment on Picasso's career. Yeah, I think I'd call it the blue period or the blue something. And yeah, that's what we got here with Evil, her blue face. Just don't find the other eye. Oh, there it is. Locating pins for the face? What do you mean? So I use magnets just to keep stuff in place. It's easier than pins. It's much easier to handle and keep on the right places. Yeah, let's go to this. There you go. Okay, the eye might be a little crooked. That's why we're not using these ones, but yeah. How's that for a sweet little overlord? Doesn't she look evil? Yes, they don't spin. Yeah, they don't spin anymore, but it's still a little bit tricky to handle and to move around. Did it escape? Happened here. Yeah, I mean, in general, it looks really cool. Now we just need to implement this perfect little piece in here and make a couple extra arrangements, and maybe the head will be good to go. Now, I'm trying to think on how to fix the rest of the face, because as you can see, I still have a very defined line, especially in this one, and that's because of the printing defect here. So there are a couple of printing problems that go out when you're printing in resin, and because of those, the surface over here is pretty irregular. And because of that, this thing doesn't attach perfectly to the surface. It stays, yeah, like there's a bit of a jiggle there. And if I sand it down, I could sand this down, but that doesn't mean it will fit. The best way to have it fit perfectly would be to have as much of a perfect print as possible, and then remove the supports and all that stuff. So I'm gonna try and see if I can find a way to get the most perfect support we can for that. Then we have the mouth, this, it'll look fine, it works cool. I'm using the same system for these 3 pieces up here, which are hopefully gonna help us hold the bangs in place. I'm really looking forward to that. But I'm still not sure exactly how that will work. Mostly because I don't want to make another mold for the bangs, so I need to find a way to make it simple and easy enough. And the other good thing is that because we're using this system instead of the other, I can actually pull the line of the split back. And that means I can have this not be as small. Because you see this part here is very, very small. And that makes it very hard to cast a mold out of this. It's very hard to make a mold, and it's very hard to fill it up when you're making copies. So I can make this bigger, and if I make it bigger, I'm gonna have just a little bit more volume, enough for the resin to flow in and work perfectly. So yeah, it feels nice. The magnets, they feel very clean. They don't interfere with each other. You know, the face stays in place no matter how much I try to shake it. There's still gonna be another big magnet here for the hair. Still haven't fully implemented that one. And yeah, I was taking notes on what we needed to change for the eye. So I wanted to make the arms smaller, this piece fine, kinda. I need to make the eyeball. Are we still listening to Mega Man? Because I don't want to get into trouble with copyright again. No, it's still Mega Man. Alright. So I want to see if I can take out those magnets. Yes, I can. It was simple enough. I don't trust music with lyrics. I feel like I'm gonna get blasted. Okay. Hmm. Okay, I feel like we might have lost this one. It's pretty well stuck inside. That's fine, it's just a single magnet, but I like to make good use of my resources, but I need to test to see if the magnets were strong enough to hold, which they are. Right, save the magnet. There we go. But I ended up destroying the face in the process, but it's fine, we're not going to be using this one anyway. So I need to design this to work with everything else. Redesign the face a little bit. Make that thing go back. I'm gonna take care of this before I forget. I lose the thing. Oh, I can shrink the head. It's making my little bucket list on things we needed to do. Head print iris. That one's fine. I need to find a way to screw or bolt everything to the back. I mean, that's gonna be its own design, I believe. Now, how do I make that? Because if I have to do it inside of the eye, I'm gonna be able to insert. Let's make the eye. That's gonna be helpful. It's gonna give us a nice bit of support there. I feel like I'm not even doing anything on stream. Well, I'm not doing anything in general. I'm trying to think on any sort of problem that could arise from this design before fully committing into it. But I don't really see any big flaws. It's more like a couple of details that need to be tweaked. Solving some issues, perfecting the shapes. But it doesn't sound like it's gonna be... Oh, is this the other piece? Oh, finally found it. Let's throw out all the trash here because it's starting to pile up with all these little supports and pieces and little things. I love these very, very tiny magnets because, well, I mean, they're very small, they're very cheap. And with that, we could make a lot of different mouths without struggling too much. So we got this one, we got that one. The eyeballs. Here's something else. This close something else. I'm not sure if the neck is going to work. Maybe I could test that out real quick. Which, by the way, I don't know why, the sides that we patched last time, they still feel a little bit sticky. So I've not been able to sand down the body yet. So I need to make sure the nut here can also fall properly in place down there. Wait, is there a magnet here? What happened? Oh, it worked. And the pen worked perfectly. So I'm not gonna be able to take... Well, no, I think I can. It's a rubber bolt. Well, look at that. Pulls in perfectly tight. Might need some extra glue maybe to support that. Or maybe a little bit of resin. It's gonna be tricky. However, now that that's in place, I can just use a little bolt. And this is how the neck is going to work. And there you have it. It grabs fairly well. Yes. I love how simple and stupid this system is. Just push it down with a pen. And that's as high quality as my engineering goes. It feels nice. Hope it sticks properly. I was meaning to test this. Not sure if I can still. So I just want to see how well this works. It's more than one spin, maybe. Okay, a couple of layers then. So it works well, but you do need a couple of extra layers to get the actual pressure you need so it stays in place. But that also seems to be working. Awesome. Okay. So what else could we do today? I don't even know. Redesigning a couple of pieces here. But this feeling that the center piece might need a little tweak, but I don't know what it could be. Maybe it's length. So the shape of this one looks fine. It's taking the bolt pretty well. So what else should we do? We got this, we got that. Mouth. So you could make the molds of these two. I feel kind of tired. I'm not sure if I've got the energy to do that. I always do that tomorrow morning. I'm trying to think what to do today or right now because I feel kind of useless. So the next steps would be redesigning those, but I need to do that in the other computer, so I'm not going to be doing that on this stream, unfortunately. And then it's just a little back and forth of printing them out, testing them, seeing how they behave, all of that. Let's redesign a couple pieces, but it's not that hard. Make the centerpiece, then other systems discarded. I don't know, sorry guys, I feel like this has been a bit of a slow stream after a while, but even if it feels like a slow stream, at the same time I feel like we made a very big steps forward today, because we did find a very useful mechanism that will probably work. I mean, if that works, it could be what we use for eyeballs for every single puppet ever. And yeah, it's pretty clean. It's very pretty. The iris is the only scary part here, but we can work on that. Just a matter of maybe beveling the edge. I think I got it. I think I got an idea on how to do that. So I mean, I feel like the stream is slowing down a lot. I'm not sure if there's anyone still here. So what do you think if we just call it a day there, unless you've got any good ideas on what to do? I mean, it could be anything. It could be reacting to a video, although we've been getting into trouble for that lately. But yeah, I think, I mean, might not have, doesn't feel like a lot. Really doesn't feel like we did a lot of progress, but at the same time, it feels like we really found a very interesting solution. Oh yes, Aussie, now I know. I recognize you from your profile picture. Yeah, you're the green axolotl. Green Minecraft axolotl. I've seen you around. I did see you like our video, the short that I released earlier today. But yeah, whatever. Going back to the point. I mean, I feel like we're slowing down a lot right now. And I think that's mostly because I think I have too many things in my head, and it's all pretty much related to these eyes. It's just I'm thinking on what if this goes this way, what if that goes that way, trying to find out if there's any loophole that we haven't seen, but I don't feel like that's pretty engaging nor helpful to the stream. So yeah, maybe we could leave it at that, but we've got a bunch of good little nodes to work on. And all we need to do is design and work around the rest of the body. So yeah, maybe we should do that. I think we might be a good idea to call it a day for now. I mean, also chat's been a little bit slow. I'm guessing a lot of you are busy, which is fine. So yeah, I think it would be a good day, a moment to just leave it be. Tomorrow probably we could start earlier. Just as usual, starting in the morning. Hopefully we'll have a little bit more energy. We can make more stuff. Sort out the body, sort out the prints, and make the animation. Yes, just keep moving forward. I feel like we still can do a lot here, but right now it feels, I don't know, I feel slow. So why don't we leave it at that, and maybe tomorrow we can keep working on this, keep moving forward. I feel like that's the best course of action right now. So if anyone opposes, you can send an emote right now, or I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, I think it's the best. So, okay, then I guess we'll be wrapping up for now. running a little bit earlier than usual, but that doesn't mean I'm not gonna be working. I still need to sort a couple of extra stuff outside of stream, IRL, and I think it's a good chance to work on that while I keep thinking on these eyeballs. So yeah, I feel like maybe I'm just tired like, from the leveling up. It's just like the learning of a new task, of a new skill, maybe exhausts me because I'm sort of absorbing everything I can about it. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, let's leave it at that for now, and I'll see you, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna try to actually start as usual, earlier in the morning, and the same deal, just go through it throughout the day and see how far we can make it. And that's my plan for tomorrow. So, okay, I think we can do that. So take care, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for watching, for stopping by. It was a very, very... I feel like this day could pretty much define what the workshop's capable of. So I'm very proud of what we did today, and I thank you very much for everything. To all of you who've been here and who've been here around here before. I feel like this is going to really make a difference in the future. This is going to change everything. This little piece of plastic here is really, really something else. So yeah, I'll see you then later, and take care, everyone. I'll be ending stream. Let's see who I can raid today. Is Faye online? Nope. Let me see who's online. Bao the Whale. Iron Mouse, Kenji. Bao's playing Fortnite. New. Project Melody. Shondo? Yeah, let's do Shondo. I like Shondo. Alright, so Twitch is going with Shondo. Alright. I'm gonna set that up real quick. Yeah. And I am going... Did I send you to a repo? I don't know. It doesn't matter, it's fine. Did the raid start? I don't see the raid, but maybe it's because there's actually no one watching. So take everyone, and I'll see you. Then I'm gonna end this one. And who are we raiding here? Someone small, because it's too early for Shinma, and I think she's sick. Lalalulu's playing Village. ID. Getsu. Ete. Let's do it. Alright. So yeah. I think we'll leave it at that for today. Thank you, everyone, for joining today. If you're around, I hope you have a great night. And I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, hopefully I'll have more energy. I'll have processed a little bit more everything that happened today. And yeah, we can start. Oh, I mean, this is very exciting. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know why I'm this tired, but I feel like this, yeah, this could change everything. But I think I already said that plenty of times. Anyway, so yeah, see you tomorrow. And have fun. Take care. Oh, someone's here. Horsehead Studios. Hey, I hadn't seen you. Hello. I did see you comment on the clip. So yeah, see you later, Horsehead Studios. Take care. I'll see you around. And yeah, tomorrow we'll be streaming and keep on working on this stuff. Let's see how that goes. All right, take care, everyone. Bye-bye. Been lurking on enough. All right. Understandable. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it for now. If you're on YouTube, you're going with At the Thorns. And if you're on Twitch, I think you should have already gone with Shunda, but I'm not sure if anyone went to Shunda. I don't know. Twitch still confuses me. All right, take care, everyone. See ya.